Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the depths of Pike's ancient vaults, where the roar of the smoking sea echoed through salt-stained corridors, Theon Greyjoy stood transfixed. Before him, nestled in a bed of obsidian shards, lay an object of legend, a dragon egg, its surface a swirling tapestry of midnight blue and stormy gray. With trembling hands, Theon reached out to touch the egg. As his fingers brushed its scaled surface, a jolt of electricity coursed through his body. The world around him dissolved into a maelstrom of visions soaring through cloud-wreathed skies, the beat of massive wings carrying him over lands both familiar and strange. When the visions cleared, Theon found himself on his knees, gasping for breath. The egg in his hands pulsed with an inner light, cracks spreading across its surface like lightning across a stormy sky. With a sound like thunder, the egg shattered, revealing a creature of myth and legend, a dragon hatchling, its scales the color of twilight, eyes gleaming with ancient intelligence. But the dragon's birth was not the only transformation. As Theon cradled the newborn creature, memories not his own flooded his mind. He saw himself astride a full-grown dragon, clad in the black and red of House Targaryen. He felt the weight of a crown upon his brow, heard the cheers of thousands hailing him as their rightful king. "Who am I?" Theon whispered, his voice echoing in the cavernous vault. The dragon chirped in response, a sound that seemed to resonate with the very core of his being. In the days that followed, Theon struggled to reconcile his two selves, the Ironborn prince raised as a ward of Winterfell, and the reborn Targaryen dragon rider. He sequestered himself in the highest tower of Pike, tending to his rapidly growing dragon, while grappling with the implications of his newfound identity. Word of the dragon's hatching spread like wildfire across the Iron Islands. Some hailed it as a sign of the drowned god's favor, while others whispered of dark sorcery and doom. Theon's sister, Yara, watched her brother's transformation with a mixture of awe and trepidation. "You're changed, little brother," Yara said one storm-tossed evening, as they stood atop the sea tower, watching the dragon, now the size of a large hound, take its first flight. "The question is, are you still one of us?" Theon's eyes, now flecked with indigo, met his sister's gaze. "I am more than I was," he replied, his voice carrying an authority it had never possessed before. "But the salt and iron of the islands still flow through my veins. As the dragon grew, so too did Theon's power and influence. He found he could calm the fiercest storms with a thought, command the very tides themselves. The Ironborn, a people who respected strength above all else, began to look to him not just as a lord, but as a living legend. Yet even as Theon's power waxed, a shadow loomed on the horizon. Reports came from across the narrow sea of a Targaryen princess with 3 dragons of her own, intent on reclaiming the Iron Throne. And from the depths of the smoking sea, sailors spoke in hushed tones of something ancient and terrible stirring in its abyssal trenches. Torn between his newfound Targaryen heritage and his loyalty to the Iron Islands, Theon made a fateful decision. He would fly east to treat with the Dragon Queen and determine the truth of his origins. But first, he would need to secure his home against the threat lurking beneath the waves. On the eve of his departure, Theon stood before the sea-stone chair, the ancient throne of the Iron Islands. The lords of the great houses had gathered, their faces a mix of anticipation and suspicion. "My people," Theon began, his voice carrying to every corner of the hall, "I leave you not as a deserter, but as a protector. While I seek answers across the sea, I leave you with a gift, a ward against the terrors of the deep." With a gesture, Theon summoned his power. The very stones of Pike seemed to groan as he wove a spell of protection. drawing upon the ancient magics of both Valyria and the Iron Island. A shimmering barrier sprang into existence, encircling the entire archipelago. Let no monster of the deep, no kraken or leviathan, reach these shores, Theon intoned, his eyes glowing with eldritch fire. By the power of dragon and drowning god alike, I seal this covenant. As the last words left his lips, Theon felt a great weight settle upon him. He had bound his very life force to the protection of the Iron Islands. Should he fall, so too would the barrier. With the islands secured, Theon took to the skies astride his dragon, now large enough to bear his weight. They soared eastward across the vast expanse of the narrow sea. Below them, the waters churned and boiled, as if great behemoths wrestled in the depths. Their journey took them to the sun-baked cities of Slaver's Bay, where Daenerys Targaryen had begun her conquest. Theon arrived to find a land in turmoil, torn between liberation and tradition. The Dragon Queen herself was a vision of otherworldly beauty, her silver hair and violet eyes marking her as unmistakably Targaryen. Their meeting was a clash of fire and storm. Daenerys, at first suspicious of this unexpected claimant to her family's legacy, soon found herself drawn to Theon's tale. Together, they pored over ancient texts and half-forgotten prophecies, seeking to unravel the mystery of Theon's rebirth. As they delved deeper into the secrets of their shared bloodline, a bond began to form between them. Theon found in Daenerys a kindred spirit, someone who understood the weight of destiny and the loneliness of power. For her part, Daenerys saw in Theon a potential ally in her quest to reclaim the Seven Kingdoms. But even as they grew closer, the threat from the smoking sea grew more dire. Reports reached them of entire fleets vanishing without a trace, of monstrous shapes glimpsed in the mists. Theon knew that his time was running short. He had to return to the Iron Islands before the barrier he had erected faltered. On the night before his planned departure, Theon stood on the balcony of the Great Pyramid of Meereen, gazing westward. Daenerys joined him, her hand finding his in the darkness. "Come with me," Theon said softly. "Together, we could face this threat, unite the Seven Kingdoms under Targaryen rule once more." Daenerys smiled, a hint of sadness in her eyes. "Our paths are entwined, Theon, but they are not yet the same. You must return to your people, and I must finish what I have begun here. But when the time comes, when the threat from the depths reveals itself fully, I will answer your call with a heavy heart." Theon mounted his dragon once more. As he soared away from Meereen, he cast one last look back at Daenerys, her silver hair shining like a beacon in the pre-dawn light. The journey back to the Iron Islands was fraught with peril. Storm clouds gathered around them, unnaturally dark and vengeful. More than once, Theon caught glimpses of massive shapes moving beneath the waves, always just at the edge of perception. As they neared the shores of Pike, a terrible sight greeted them. The barrier Theon had erected was visibly straining, great cracks appearing in its shimmering surface. And beyond it, rising from the depths of the smoking sea, came a monstrosity out of nightmare, a kraken of impossible size, its tentacles large enough to crush entire ships. Theon knew in that moment that this was the culmination of his journey, the reason for his rebirth as both Ironborn and Targaryen. With a war cry that echoed across the heavens, he urged his dragon into a dive. Fire met water in a clash of elemental fury. Theon and his dragon danced through the sky, raining down dragon fire upon the kraken's writhing form. The beast's tentacles lashed out, seeking to pluck them from the air, but always they remained just out of reach. On the shores of the Iron Islands, the Ironborn watched in awe as their prince battled a legend. Yara Greyjoy stood at the forefront, her voice rising above the chaos to rally the fleet. Longships surged forward, their decks bristling with archers and spear throwers. The battle raged for hours, neither side willing to yield. Theon could feel his strength waning, the drain on his life force from maintaining the barrier taking its toll. In a final, desperate gambit, he dove directly at the kraken's massive eye. For the Iron Islands and old Valyria, Theon roared, channeling every ounce of his power into one last attack. Dragon and rider became a living bolt of lightning, striking true into the heart of the beast. The kraken's death throes shook the very foundations of the earth. As it sank back into the depths from whence it came, the unnatural storms began to dissipate. Theon, nearly unconscious from exhaustion, guided his dragon to a landing on the shores of Pike. As he slid from the dragon's back, barely able to stand, Theon found himself surrounded by his people. They looked at him not with suspicion or fear, but with reverence and pride. Yara stepped forward, grasping her brother's arm in the traditional Ironborn salute. "You've proven yourself true Ironborn this day," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "And more than that, you've shown us a glimpse of a greater destiny." Theon smiled wearily, feeling for the first time truly at peace with both sides of his nature. "The Iron Islands will always be my home," he said, his voice carrying to all assembled. "But our future lies not just in these waters, but in the skies above and the lands beyond. We are Ironborn, yes, but we are also dragon's blood. And together, we will forge a new age of legends as the sun set on that momentous day, casting the sea in hues of fire and blood." Theon Greyjoy stood tall among his people, no longer torn between two identities. He had become something new, a bridge between the old ways and the new, between the iron price and the fire of dragons. And in the distance, carried on the salt-tinged wind, came the first notes of a song that would be sung for generations to come, the Ballad of the Dragon of the Iron Sea. Story 2. In the icy expanse of the lands of always winter, where the wind howled with ancient secrets, and the snow whispered tales of forgotten magic, a lone figure stood atop a frozen ridge. Lyanna Mormont, last of her house and heir to Bear Island, gazed out at the desolate landscape before her. Her breath misted in the frigid air, a wisp of warmth in a world of endless cold. The young warrior's hand rested on the hilt of her sword, a blade forged in the fires of her determination. She had come farther north than any living soul dared to venture, driven by a prophecy that haunted her dreams and echoed in the whispers of the weirwood trees. When the long night falls anew, and the dead march on the realms of men, only the sword of ice can turn back the tide of darkness. These words, spoken by the ghost of her ancestor, had set Lyanna on a perilous path. Now, as she stood at the edge of the known world, she could feel the weight of destiny upon her shoulders. A gust of wind carried the eerie sound of cracking ice, and Lyanna's eyes narrowed. In the distance, a massive wall of ice began to rise, jagged spires reaching towards the steel-gray sky. The young warrior's heart raced as she realized she was witnessing the awakening of an ancient force. With a deep breath, Lyanna began her descent into the valley below. The snow crunched beneath her feet, each step carrying her closer to her fate. As she walked, the world around her seemed to shift and change, reality bending in ways that defied explanation. Ghostly figures flickered at the edge of her vision, shadows of the past or harbingers of what was to come. Lyanna couldn't be sure. She pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as Valyrian steel. Days blended into nights as Lyanna traversed the haunted landscape. She battled ice spiders as large as hounds, their chitinous legs skittering across frozen lakes. She outwitted frost wraiths that sought to lead her astray with their beguiling songs. Through it all, the young warrior's spirit remained unbroken. On the seventh day of her journey, Lyanna came upon a sight that took her breath away. Before her stood an impossibly tall tower of black ice, its surface gleaming with an inner light that pulsed like a heartbeat. At its base, a figure waited, a being of such otherworldly presence that Lyanna's hand instinctively tightened on her sword. The Night King, ruler of the others and bringer of endless winter, regarded her with eyes that burned like blue stars. For a moment that stretched into eternity, neither moved. Then, to Lyanna's astonishment, the Night King spoke. "You have come far, child of the bears." His voice was like ice cracking, ancient and powerful. Few mortals have dared to tread these lands since the Dawn Age. Lyanna steeled herself, meeting the Night King's gaze. "I seek the sword of ice," she declared, her voice carrying across the frozen wasteland. "The weapon that can turn back the tide of darkness." A flicker of something recognition, amusement, passed across the Night King's face. "And what makes you think you are worthy to wield such power?" "I am Lyanna of House Mormont," she replied, her chin held high. "We stand guard against the terrors of the night. If not me, then who?" The Night King studied her for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "Very well, Lyanna Mormont. But know this, the path to the Sword of Ice is one of great peril. Are you prepared to face the trials that lie ahead?" Lyanna's response was unwavering. "I am." With a gesture from the Night King, the tower of black ice began to shift and change. A doorway appeared, leading into darkness so profound it seemed to devour the light around it. "Enter," the Night King commanded, "and may your courage not falter." Lyanna took a deep breath and stepped into the tower. As she crossed the threshold, she felt a rush of ancient magic wash over her. The darkness enveloped her, and for a terrifying moment, she feared she had made a grave mistake. Then, like stars blinking into existence, points of light appeared around her. They coalesced into images, scenes from the past, present, and possible futures. Lyanna saw the building of the wall, the rise and fall of dynasties, and battles yet to come. As she moved deeper into the tower, the visions became more personal. She witnessed her own birth, the death of her mother, and the moment she took up her first sword. Each memory, each glimpse of what might be, tested her resolve. Lyanna pressed on, her determination growing with each step. She faced illusions of her greatest fears: the fall of Bear Island, the death of her loved ones, the triumph of eternal night. Through it all, she held onto her sense of self, her unwavering belief in her purpose. At last, she reached the heart of the tower. There, suspended in a column of shimmering light, floated a sword of breathtaking beauty. Its blade was crafted from ice so pure it seemed to glow from within, while its hilt was adorned with intricate carvings of bears and wolves. As Lyanna reached for the Sword of Ice, a voice echoed through the chamber. It was the Night King, but there was something different about his tone, a vulnerability she hadn't heard before. "Before you claim the sword, there is a truth you must know," he said. "I was not always as you see me now. Once, I was Brandon Stark, a man of the North." Lyanna's hand halted inches from the sword's hilt. "How is that possible?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The Night King's form shimmered, and for a brief moment, Lyanna saw the man he had once been, a Stark of Winterfell, with eyes full of sorrow and regret. "I was cursed," he explained, "transformed by the children of the forest in their desperate bid to create a weapon against the first men. For thousands of years, I have been bound to this form, neither living nor dead." Lyanna's mind reeled at the revelation. Everything she thought she knew about the others, about the threat beyond the wall, shifted in an instant. "The Sword of Ice," the Night King continued, "is both my prison and the key to my release. It holds the power to end the long night or to plunge the world into eternal winter. The choice, Lyanna Mormont, is yours." In that moment, Lyanna understood the true nature of her quest. It wasn't just about saving the realm from an external threat. It was about healing a wound that had festered for millennia. With a deep breath, she grasped the hilt of the Sword of Ice. Power surged through her, ancient and terrible. Visions of possible futures flashed before her eyes: a world covered in ice, or a land where spring returned at last. "I choose life," Lyanna declared, her voice ringing with certainty. "I choose hope." She raised the sword high, its light filling the tower. The Night King's form began to change, the ice that had encased him for so long melting away. As Brandon Stark emerged, tears of joy and relief streaming down his face, a tremor shook the very foundations of the world. Beyond the tower, the army of the dead began to crumble. The magic that had held them in thrall for thousands of years dissipated like mist in the morning sun. Lyanna and Brandon emerged from the tower to find the world transformed. The endless winter was receding, and in its wake, the first tentative shoots of green were pushing through the snow. "What happens now?" Lyanna asked, still gripping the Sword of Ice. Brandon smiled, the weight of centuries lifting from his shoulders. "Now we rebuild. We heal the wounds of the past and forge a new future one where the realms of men and the children of the forest can coexist in harmony as they set out from the lands of always winter." Lyanna Mormont and Brandon Stark carried with them the hope of a new dawn. The Sword of Ice gleamed at Lyanna's side, a reminder of the power of courage, sacrifice, and the unbreakable spirit of humanity. Word of their journey spread throughout the seven kingdoms, becoming the stuff of legend. Bards sang of the Bear Maiden and the redeemed king, their tale a testament to the enduring power of hope in the face of darkness. And so, as spring blossomed across Westeros, a new age began, one built on the foundation of an unlikely alliance and the unwavering determination of a young warrior who dared to challenge fate itself. Story 3. The skies over King's Landing darkened as a monstrous shape blotted out the sun. Citizens gasped and pointed upward, their faces etched with awe and terror. There, silhouetted against the clouds, flew a dragon of impossibly vast proportions, its scales as black as the darkest night. Astride its back sat a figure that many had long thought dead, Prince Daemon Targaryen, returned from exile on wings of legend. As the dragon descended upon the Red Keep, its massive talons gouging deep furrows in the ancient stonework, the air itself seemed to crackle with dark energy. Daemon dismounted, his silver hair whipping in the wind, eyes gleaming with an unnatural fire. He strode forward, each step leaving smoldering footprints in his wake. "I have returned," he proclaimed, his voice carrying across the stunned courtyard, "to claim what is rightfully mine. The Iron Throne shall once again know the rule of the dragon." In the days that followed, Daemon's conquest of the seven kingdoms began in earnest. Cities fell before him, their defenses crumbling against the onslaught of dragonfire and the armies that flocked to his banner. Yet whispers spread of the price of his power, of blood sacrifices made in the dead of night and shadows that moved of their own accord. Far to the south, in the sun-baked sands of Dorne, word of Daemon's return reached the ears of Nymeria Sand. The young woman, bastard daughter of the late Prince Oberyn Martell, felt a chill run down her spine as she heard the tales of the resurrected Targaryen prince. "There's more to this than meets the eye," Nymeria mused, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns of a Dornish spear. "No man returns from the dead without paying a terrible price, determined to uncover the truth behind Daemon's resurrection." Nymeria set out from Sunspear under the cover of darkness. Her journey took her through treacherous mountain passes and across scorching deserts, each step bringing her closer to the heart of the mystery. As she traveled, Nymeria encountered others who shared her suspicions about Daemon's true nature. In a hidden grove within the King's Wood, she met Samwell Tarly, once a brother of the Night's Watch, now a keeper of forbidden knowledge. "The magic that brought Prince Daemon back," Sam explained, his voice hushed. "It's an ancient and terrible power. The books speak of a god older than the seven, older even than the old gods of the north. A god of shadow and blood." Together, Nymeria and Sam continued their quest, piecing together fragments of lore and whispered rumors. They learned of a shadowy temple hidden in the depths of Ashe, where death itself could be undone for a price. Meanwhile, Daemon's conquest continued unabated. The great houses of Westeros fell one by one, their ancestral seats reduced to ash and rubble. Those who surrendered were spared, but forced to swear fealty to their new king, a fealty sealed not with mere words, but with blood. As Nymeria and Sam drew closer to the truth, they found themselves pursued by dark forces. Shadow assassins stalked them through moonlit forests, while fell beasts with eyes of flame hunted them across open plains. Yet for every danger they faced, they also found unexpected allies. In the Riverlands, they were aided by a pack of dire wolves led by a massive she-wolf, Nymeria, namesake of the Dornish warrior. In the Vale, they received counsel from an ancient tree with a face carved into its trunk, its words carrying the weight of millennia. At last, their journey brought them to the Isle of Faces, a place steeped in magic and mystery. There, surrounded by weirwood trees with faces both sorrowful and knowing, Nymeria and Sam uncovered the final piece of the puzzle. "The god that Daemon serves," Sam said, his voice trembling, "is not content with just one realm. It seeks to devour all of existence, to plunge the world into eternal darkness." Nymeria's hand tightened on her spear. "Then we must stop him, no matter the cost." Armed with knowledge and steeled by determination, Nymeria and Sam made their way to King's Landing. The once proud city had been transformed under Daemon's rule, its streets patrolled by silent, shadow-wreathed figures. its sky perpetually overcast. Infiltrating the Red Keep proved a harrowing ordeal. Nymeria's skill with blade and spear was pushed to its limits as they battled through layers of inhuman guards. Sam's knowledge of the castle's secret passages proved invaluable, guiding them through hidden corridors and forgotten chambers. At last, they reached the throne room. The sight that greeted them was one of nightmarish grandeur. The Iron Throne, that symbol of power forged from the swords of the conquered, had been twisted and warped. It now resembled a mass of writhing shadows, with demons seated at its heart. The usurper king's eyes flashed with recognition as Nymeria and Sam burst into the room. "Oh, the last of the vipers and the craven scholar," he sneered. "Have you come to bend the knee, or to join the ranks of the fallen?" Nymeria stepped forward, her spear leveled at Demon's heart. "We've come to end your reign of terror, false king. Your dark god will not have this world." Demon laughed, the sound echoing unnaturally through the cavernous chamber. "You think to challenge me? I, who have conquered death itself." With a gesture, shadows coalesced around him, forming into grotesque, half-formed creatures. The battle that ensued was one for the ages. Nymeria moved like quicksilver, her spear a blur as she fought against opponents that seemed to melt and reform with every strike. Sam, though less martially inclined, wielded words of power gleaned from ancient tomes, each syllable causing the shadow creatures to recoil. As the fight raged on, Nymeria noticed something curious. With each shadow beast she dispatched, Demon seemed to grow weaker, his form becoming less substantial. Understanding dawned in her eyes. "Sam," she called out, "the shadows they're part of him. Destroy them, and we weaken his hold on this world." Redoubling their efforts, Nymeria and Sam pressed their attack. The throne room became a maelstrom of flashing steel and arcane energy. Slowly, but surely, they whittled away at Demon's defenses. In a last desperate gambit, Demon called upon the full might of his dark god. The very air seemed to tear as a portal of pure darkness opened behind the throne. Tendrils of void reached out, seeking to pull all of existence into its maw. "If I cannot rule this world," Demon roared, his voice distorted and inhuman, "then I shall unmake it." Nymeria, seeing her chance, charged forward. With all her strength, she hurled her spear at Demon's chest. The weapon struck true, its tip piercing the spot where his heart should have been. For a moment, all was stillness. Then, with a sound like reality itself shattering, Demon's form began to disintegrate. The portal behind him collapsed, sucking in the remaining shadows, and finally, Demon himself. As the last echoes of the battle faded, Nymeria and Sam stood in the ruined throne room, scarcely believing their victory. Outside, perpetual gloom that had shrouded King's Landing began to lift, sunlight breaking through the clouds for the first time in months. In the days that followed, the Seven Kingdoms began the long process of healing. The great houses, freed from Demon's thrall, swore fealty to a new ruler, one chosen not by right of conquest or birth, but by the will of the people. Nymeria, hailed as the realm's savior, declined offers of lands and titles. Instead, she chose to roam the kingdoms, righting wrongs and ensuring that the darkness Demon had unleashed would never return. Sam returned to the Citadel, determined to ensure that the knowledge of what had transpired would never be lost. And so, the tale of the dragon's shadow passed into legend. Bards sang of the Dornish warrior and the scholarly hero who had saved the world from eternal night. In time, the horrors of Demon's reign faded from memory, but the lessons learned of the price of unchecked ambition and the power of unlikely allies would endure for generations to come. Story 4. Deep in the heart of the Weirwood Forest, where ancient trees stood sentinel over secrets as old as time itself, Bran Stark felt the world shift beneath his feet. The air grew thick with magic, and the faces carved into the pale bark of the weirwoods seemed to come alive, their eyes weeping blood-red sap. A voice, as ancient as the roots that burrowed deep into the earth, whispered in Bran's mind. "Last Greenseer," it called, "the old gods are fading. The magic that binds the realms of men wanes with each passing moon." Bran's eyes, milky white in the throes of his vision, darted beneath closed lids. "What must I do?" he asked, his voice echoing in the ethereal plain between worlds. The last of the children of the forest materialized before him, her form shimmering like sunlight on water. "You must gather the lost heirs," she said, her voice a melody of rustling leaves and babbling brooks. 7 scions of the great houses, each bearing a fragment of the old magic. Only together can they rekindle the flame of the gods and save Westeros from the darkness that comes. With a gasp, Bran returned to his physical form, the weight of his destiny settling upon his shoulders like a cloak of iron. He knew then that his journey, one that would take him to the far corners of the 7 kingdoms, had only just begun. In the days that followed, Bran prepared for his quest. He pored over ancient tomes and scrolls, seeking clues to the whereabouts of the lost heirs. Each night, his dreams were filled with visions of fire and ice, of great battles and terrible sacrifices. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, Bran set out from Winterfell. His first destination was the storm-racked shores of the Iron Islands, where rumors spoke of a child born amidst lightning and thunder. On the windswept cliffs of Pike, Bran found Yara Greyjoy, her wild hair whipping about her face, as she commanded a longship through treacherous waters. As Bran watched, the sea itself seemed to bend to her will, waves parting before her vessel, like subjects before a queen. "Yara Greyjoy," Bran called out, his voice carrying over the howling wind. "You bear the power of the sea god. Will you join me in saving the realm?" Yara's eyes, as gray and turbulent as the waters she sailed, met Bran's. For a moment, she hesitated, torn between her duty to her people and the call of a greater destiny. Then, with a nod that seemed to calm the very storm around them, she agreed. Together, Bran and Yara journeyed to the sun-soaked shores of Dorne, where they sought out Nymeria's sand. They found her in the water garden, her hands coaxing life from the arid soil, flowers blooming in her wake. "The blood of Nymero's Martell flows strong in you," Bran said, watching as vines curled lovingly around Nymeria's ankles. "Your power over earth and growth is needed to heal the land." Nymeria's dark eyes flashed with understanding. Without a word, she joined their growing company. Their path led them next to the mist-shrouded peaks of the Vale, where Suichiban Aaron soared on wings of wind, his frail body transformed by the magic awakening in his blood. It took all of Bran's persuasive powers to convince the young lord to leave his lofty domain, but in the end, the call of adventure proved too strong to resist. In the golden fields of the Reach, they found Willa's Tyrell communing with beasts both great and small. Animals flocked to his side, drawn by the aura of gentle command that surrounded him. When Bran explained their quest, Willas agreed without hesitation, a menagerie of loyal creatures following in his wake. The Westerlands yielded perhaps their most surprising ally. In a hidden cave, lit by crystals that glowed with an inner fire, they discovered Tyrion Lannister. The dwarf's mismatched eyes burned with an inner light as he manipulated flames with a mere thought. "I always knew I was meant for greater things than ledgers and wine," Tyrion quipped, a ball of fire dancing above his palm. "Though I won't say no to bringing the wine along." Their journey took them further north, to the icy wastes beyond the wall. There, in a grove of frozen weirwoods, they found Jon Snow. The former Lord Commander of the Night's Watch stood motionless, his body encased in a shell of ice that radiated cold so intense it made their breath catch in their lungs. As Bran approached, the ice began to crack and shatter. Jon emerged, his eyes glowing with a blue-white light that spoke of winter's wrath and the long night's chill. "I've been waiting," Jon said, his voice as sharp as icicles. "The darkness comes, and we are the realm's last hope." With the 7 scions gathered, Bran led them to the Isle of Faces, the heart of the old god's power in Westeros. As they stepped onto the sacred shore, the very air seemed to thrum with ancient magic. But they were not alone. From the shadows between the weirwoods emerged a figure of nightmare, a being of such eldritch horror that even the bravest among them felt fear grip their hearts. It was the Great Other, the embodiment of darkness and cold, come to snuff out the last embers of magic in the world. "You are too late, children of men," the Great Other's voice boomed, shaking the very foundations of the island. "The old gods are all but gone, and their power fades. Soon, eternal night will reign." Bran stood tall, the other 6 arrayed behind him, like the points of a star. "You underestimate us," he declared, his voice ringing with the power of 1,000 green seers. "We are the heirs of the old magic, and we will not let the light die." What followed was a battle that would be sung of for 1,000 years. Yara called forth great tidal waves, while Nymeria's vines entangled the great other's limbs. Suitrabun buffeted their foe with gale-force winds as Willis's animal allies attacked from all sides. Tyrion's flames clashed with Jon's ice, creating steam that obscured the battlefield. At the heart of it all stood Bran, his mind reaching out to every weirwood in Westeros, drawing upon the collective memory and power of the land itself. As his companions fought with the elements, Bran waged a psychic war against the Great Other, their minds locked in a struggle as old as time. The battle raged for what seemed like days, the very fabric of reality warping around them. Trees grew and withered in the span of heartbeats. Seas rose and fell, and the seasons cycled from summer to winter and back again. In the end, it was the combined might of all 7 heirs that turned the tide. As one, they channeled their powers through Bran, their energies merging into a force of pure creation. The Great Other, faced with the full strength of Westeros united, began to crumble. With a final, earth-shattering roar, the embodiment of darkness dissolved into mist, banished from the world of men. As silence fell over the Isle of Faces, the 7 heirs looked at one another in awe of what they had accomplished. The air felt cleaner somehow, as if a great weight had been lifted from the world. Bran smiled, feeling the surge of renewed magic coursing through the land. "The old gods live," he said softly, "and with them, the magic of Westeros is reborn." In the years that followed, the 7 kingdoms entered a new age of wonder and prosperity. The heirs, bound by their shared destiny, worked together to heal the wounds of war and bring balance to the realm. Magic, once thought lost to the world, flourished once more. And in the Weirwood Forest, where it all began, the ancient trees stood tall and proud, their faces smiling serenely at the bright future that lay ahead. The whispers of the old gods could be heard on the wind, a promise of protection and guidance for generations to come. Story 5. In the haunting stillness of Dragonstone's throne room, where obsidian walls absorbed the flicker of torchlight, Lady Shireen Baratheon stood before a figure cloaked in crimson. The Red Priest's eyes gleamed with an otherworldly fire as he raised his hands, chanting in a tongue long forgotten by most in Westeros. Shireen's heart raced, a mixture of fear and desperate hope coursing through her vein. For years, the grayscale that marred her face had been a source of shame and isolation. Now, on the precipice of a cure, she wondered at what cost her salvation would come. As the priest's incantations reached a fever pitch, shadows danced and writhed along the walls, taking on forms both terrible and beautiful. Shireen felt a searing pain across her cheek, as if her very skin was being peeled away. She cried out, her voice echoing through the cavernous chamber. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the pain subsided. Shireen opened her eyes to find the Red Priest gone, leaving behind only the lingering scent of brimstone. With trembling fingers, she reached up to touch her face, expecting to feel the rough, stone-like texture of grayscale. Instead, her fingertips met smooth, unblemished skin. A mirror materialized from the shadows, hovering before her. Shireen gazed at her reflection in wonder. The curse that had defined her for so long had vanished, leaving behind a face of haunting beauty. But as she stared, she noticed something else, a darkness that swirled in the depths of her eyes, hinting at power barely contained. In the days that followed, Shireen discovered the true nature of her transformation. The shadows that had once terrified her now bent to her will. She could step into darkness and emerge leagues away, could shape the very essence of shadow into weapons and servants. But with this newfound power came danger. Whispers of her abilities spread throughout the 7 kingdoms, reaching the ears of those who feared such magic. Knights and sellswords alike came to Dragonstone, seeking to destroy the Shadow Witch before her powers could grow. Forced to flee her ancestral home, Shireen found herself on a ship bound for Braavos, the free city across the narrow sea. As she stood on the deck, watching Dragonstone fade into the mist, she made a vow. She would master her abilities, and one day return to claim her rightful place. In Bravos, a city of canals and secrets, Shireen found an unlikely sanctuary. The House of Black and White, home to the faceless men, opened its doors to her. There, among the acolytes of the many-faced god, she learned the arts of stealth, deception, and death. Years passed like the turning of pages in an ancient tome. Shireen honed her skills, becoming a living shadow, feared and respected in equal measure. She took on contracts, dispensing the gift of death to those deemed worthy by the many-faced god. Yet always, in the back of her mind, burned the desire to return to Westeros and reclaim her heritage. Her opportunity came on a moonless night when a hooded figure sought her out in the depths of the House of Black and White. The stranger spoke of a threat from the east, a force that sought to conquer not just Westeros, but the entire known world. The Dragon Queen comes, the figure warned, its voice a rasp that sent chills down Shireen's spine. With her, she brings fire and blood. Only the shadow can stand against the flame. Shireen's mind raced. She had heard tales of Daenerys Targaryen and her dragons, of the swath of destruction she had cut across Essos. If such a force were to descend upon Westeros, the Seven Kingdoms would be engulfed in a conflagration from which they might never recover. With a heart both heavy and resolved, Shireen prepared for her return journey. She donned a cloak woven from shadows themselves, a gift from the faceless men. At her hip hung a dagger of Valyrian steel, its blade drinking in the light around it. The voyage across the narrow sea was fraught with peril. Storms lashed the ship, waves rising like mountains to crash against the hull. Yet Shireen stood unafraid at the prow, her eyes fixed on the horizon. When pirates attempted to board the vessel, they found themselves facing an opponent they could neither see nor strike, as Shireen moved among them like a wraith, her shadow-forged blade ending lives with terrible efficiency. As the shores of Westeros came into view, Shireen felt a surge of emotions she had long thought buried. This was the land of her birth, the realm her father had fought and died for. Now it fell to her to save it from a threat it could scarcely comprehend. Her first stop was King's Landing, the heart of the Seven Kingdoms. The city had changed in her absence, growing darker and more dangerous. From the shadows, Shireen observed the machinations of the court, the whispered plots and barely concealed ambitions. It was there, in the twisting alleys of Flea Bottom, that Shireen encountered an unexpected ally. Arya Stark, the wolf girl turned assassin, recognized a kindred spirit in the Shadow Wielder. Together, they formed a pact to work from the shadows to prepare the realm for the coming storm. As Daenerys and her armies drew ever closer, Shireen and Arya moved across Westeros like a silent wind. They gathered intelligence, eliminated key threats, and sowed the seeds of resistance. In the north, they rallied the mountain clans. In the Reach, they secured vital food stores. And in Dorne, they awakened ancient magics long thought lost. But even as they worked tirelessly to unite the realm, Shireen felt the pull of her powers growing stronger. The shadows whispered to her, offering visions of a world plunged into eternal night. She saw herself seated upon the Iron Throne, ruling over a kingdom of darkness where none could stand against her. The temptation was nearly overwhelming. With each life she took, each secret she uncovered, the darkness within her grew. Arya watched with increasing concern as her friend and allies seemed to fade into the very shadows she commanded. It all came to a head on the eve of Daenerys' arrival. As the Targaryen fleet appeared on the horizon, their dragons casting great winged shadows across the waves, Shireen stood atop the walls of Storm's End. The ancestral seat of House Baratheon had become the last bastion of resistance against the Dragon Queen's advance. As she gazed out at the approaching armada, Shireen felt the full weight of her choices bearing down upon her. She could unleash the full might of her powers, summon shadows vast enough to blot out the sun itself. With such force, she could destroy Daenerys and her armies in an instant, but the cost would be her very soul, and the realm she sought to protect would be forever changed. In that moment of decision, Shireen felt a hand on her shoulder. She turned to find Arya standing beside her, gray eyes filled with understanding and resolve. "You don't have to face this alone," Arya said softly. "We stand together, or not at all. Those simple words cut through the darkness that had been threatening to consume Shireen. She realized then that true strength lay not in the ability to destroy, but in the courage to protect. With a deep breath, she let go of the shadowy tendrils that had been coiling around her heart. As Denari's forces made landfall, they found not a realm divided and weak, but a united front prepared to defend their home. Shireen and Arya led the charge, moving like living shadows among the ranks of the invaders. Their blades flashed in the dawn light, sowing confusion and terror in their wake. The battle raged for days, the fate of Westeros hanging in the balance. In the end, it was not brute force or overwhelming numbers that decided the outcome, but the indomitable spirit of those who fought for their home. Daenerys, faced with a resistance far greater than she had anticipated, was forced to retreat. Her dragons, mighty though they were, found themselves outmaneuvered by warriors who could melt into shadow at will. As the last of the Targaryen ships disappeared over the horizon, Shireen stood once more upon the walls of Storm's End. The realm she had saved stretched out before her, battered but unbroken. She felt a peace she had not known since childhood, the shadows within her now a tool to be used in service of the greater good, rather than a force that threatened to consume her. In the years that followed, songs would be sung of the Shadow Lady and the Wolf Girl who had saved the Seven Kingdoms from fire and tyranny. Shireen Baratheon, once shunned for her affliction, became a legend, a protector who walked the line between light and dark, ensuring that neither would ever fully dominate the realm she called home. And if on moonless nights, the people of Westeros sometimes glimpsed a figure moving impossibly through the shadows, they smiled and whispered a prayer of thanks to the lady who had embraced the darkness to preserve the light. Story 6. In the shadow of Dragonstone's obsidian cliffs, where the ghosts of fallen Targaryens still whispered on the wind, a forgotten ember of Dragonfire stirred. Deep beneath the ancient fortress, in caverns older than the realm itself, slumbered the last dragon of Westeros, a creature of legend, thought lost to the mists of time. Aegon, a young orphan with eyes the color of storm clouds, crept through the castle's winding passages. His threadbare tunic marked him as a mere servant, with the blood of old Valyria ran hot in his veins, though he knew it not. As he descended into the depths on an errand for the castle steward, the air grew thick with the scent of brimstone and ancient magic. A low rumble echoed through the stone, causing Aegon to stumble. His hand brushed against a weathered wall, and suddenly the world exploded into flame and fury. Images flooded his mind, soaring over vast oceans, breathing fire that could melt stone, the exhilaration of flight. When Aegon's vision cleared, he found himself face to face with an enormous scaled head. Eyes like molten gold regarded him with ancient wisdom and newfound curiosity. The dragon, awakened from its long slumber by the touch of Targaryen blood, unfurled its massive wings. Aegon, overcome by a mixture of terror and wonder, could only watch as the beast stretched its serpentine neck and let out a deafening roar that shook the very foundations of Dragonstone. Panic gripped the castle as the dragon burst forth from its underground lair, with Aegon clinging desperately to its back. Unable to control the creature, the boy could only hold on as it took to the skies, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Dragonstone's garrison, unprepared for such an impossible event, could only watch in helpless awe as their charge soared away across the narrow sea. Word of the dragon's return spread like wildfire across the Seven Kingdoms. In the Red Keep of King's Landing, Queen Cersei Lannister's emerald eyes narrowed as she contemplated this new threat to her reign. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned her twin, Esser Jaime Lannister, the king's lair. "Find this dragon and its rider," she commanded, her voice as cold as ice, "and end them both." Jaime, his golden hand glinting in the torchlight, bowed low. "As you command, your grace." As the king's lair set out on his quest, Aegon and the dragon soared over the verdant fields of the Reach. The young orphan, still reeling from the sudden turn of events, clung to the creature's scales as they glided over ancient castles and sprawling orchards. With each passing moment, Aegon felt a growing connection to the magnificent beast beneath him, a bond forged in blood and fire. Their journey took them to the mist-shrouded peaks of the Vale, where they sought refuge in a hidden cavern. It was here, as Aegon huddled close to the dragon's warm flank, that he began to understand the enormity of his destiny. In hushed whispers, he spoke to the creature, sharing his fears and dreams. To his amazement, he felt a response not in words, but in emotions and images that flooded his mind. Meanwhile, Esser Jaime Lannister tracked the dragon's path of destruction across the realm. Villages lay in smoldering ruins, fields were scorched, and terrified small folk spoke of a monstrous winged shadow that blotted out the sun. The Kingslayer's quest led him to the Eyrie, where he sought counsel with the young Lord Robert Arryn and his protector, Petyr Baelish. A dragon loose in the realm, Littlefinger mused, his eyes gleaming with calculation. How interesting. One might say it changes the game entirely. Jaime's emerald eyes narrowed. This is no game, Lord Baelish. That beast could burn half the kingdom to ash if left unchecked. As they spoke, high in the mountains above, Aegon was learning to communicate with his draconic companion. Through their mystical bond, he discovered the dragon's name Balerion, after the black dread of old. With growing confidence, Aegon guided Balerion on short flights, marveling at the world spread out beneath them. But their idyllic time in the mountains was short-lived. Word reached them of armies gathering in the lowlands, led by golden-armored knights bearing the Lannister lion. Aegon, realizing the danger they faced, made a desperate decision. Under cover of night, they took to the skies, flying east across the narrow sea. Their journey took them to the sun-baked cities of Essos, where tales of the mother of dragons still lingered. In the shadow of the Great Pyramid of Meereen, Aegon and Balerion found unlikely allies, a band of sellswords led by the charismatic Daario Naharis. Daario, his blue hair and gold-tipped beard glinting in the sun, grinned up at the awe-inspiring sight of Balerion. Well, he drawled. It seems the dragons have returned to both sides of the narrow sea. The world trembles. Boy, what do you intend to do about it? Under Daario's tutelage, Aegon began to learn the arts of warfare and leadership. The sellsword captain saw in the young Targaryen a chance to shape the destiny of nations. As Aegon grew in confidence and skill, Balerion too seemed to flourish, its scales gleaming brighter, its fire burning hotter. But even as Aegon found purpose in Essos, danger was brewing to the west. Esser Jaime Lannister had not abandoned his quest. His search had led him across the narrow sea, where whispers of a dragon and its young rider reached his ears. The Kingslayer knew that his sister's grip on the Iron Throne would never be secure while a Targaryen pretender lived. As Jaime closed in on Meereen, Aegon was faced with a momentous decision. Daario counseled a preemptive strike against Westeros, to claim the Iron Throne before their enemies could muster their strength. But as Aegon gazed into Balerion's ancient eyes, he saw a greater purpose. There's a threat beyond the wall, Aegon said, his voice filled with the certainty of prophetic vision. An enemy that threatens not just Westeros, but all the living. We must return and unite the realm against this darkness. Daario raised an eyebrow. Intrigue. And how do you propose to do that, young dragon? By showing them that I'm not a conqueror, but a protector, Aegon replied, his eyes shining with determination. Their return to Westeros was as dramatic as their departure. Balerion's massive form cast a shadow over King's Landing, striking fear into the hearts of its inhabitants. But instead of raining fire upon the city, Aegon guided the dragon to land in the Dragon Pit, the ancient home of the Targaryen Mounts. As the dust settled, Esser Jaime Lannister approached, his sword drawn. But before he could strike, Aegon raised his hand in a gesture of peace. I come not as an enemy, Esser Jaime, the young Targaryen proclaimed, his voice carrying the weight of his newfound purpose. I come as a warning and an offer of alliance. There's a greater threat facing us all, one that requires us to set aside our differences and unite. Jaime, taken aback by the boy's words and the sincerity in his eyes, lowered his blade. Speak then, Dragon Rider. What threat could be greater than the chaos you've already wrought? As Aegon spoke of the dangers beyond the wall, of the army of the dead, and the long night to come, a crowd gathered in the Dragon Pit. Nobles and small folk alike listened in stunned silence to the young man's tale, their eyes darting between his earnest face and the magnificent dragon at his side. In the days that followed, a fragile truce was forged. Queen Circe, though seething with barely contained rage, recognized the political necessity of aligning with the dragon rider. The realm watched with bated breath as Aegon, the last Targaryen, took his place as protector of the Seven Kingdoms. As the armies of Westeros began to muster, preparing for the greatest battle in living memory, Aegon stood atop the battlements of the Red Keep. Valyrians circled overhead, a living reminder of the magic returning to the world. The young man who had once been a mere orphan gazed out at the city below, the weight of destiny heavy upon his shoulders. "We've only just begun," he whispered, as the first snowflakes of winter began to fall on King's Landing. In the distance, beyond the horizon, the true test awaited a battle, not just for the Iron Throne, but for the very fate of the world. Story 7. On the storm-lashed shores of Pike, where the relentless waves crashed against the unyielding iron of the castle's foundations, Yara Greyjoy stood facing the tempestuous sea. The salty wind whipped her dark hair about her face as she gazed into the roiling depths, her eyes searching for answers in the foam-flecked waters. As a priestess of the drowned god, she had always found solace in the tumultuous embrace of the ocean. But lately, a disquiet had taken root in her soul, a nagging doubt that whispered of ancient deceits and hidden truths. The Iron Islands had long worshipped the drowned god, a deity as capricious and unforgiving as the seas that surrounded their rocky home. For centuries, the Ironborn had lived and died by his will, raiding and reaving across the coasts of Westeros. But as Yara performed the sacred rites and listened to the prayers of her people, she began to sense a darkness lurking beneath the surface of their faith. It began with dreams, visions of a vast, submerged city where twisted spires reached up from the ocean floor like grasping fingers. In these nightmares, Yara heard whispers in a language older than time itself, speaking of a being that was not a god, but something far more ancient and malevolent. Determined to uncover the truth, Yara sought counsel with the oldest and wisest of the drowned men. In the depths of a sea cave, lit only by phosphorescent algae, she met with Erendam Fair, her uncle and the most devout servant of the drowned god. "Uncle," Yara began, her voice echoing in the damp chamber, "I fear our faith may be built upon a lie." Erin's eyes, as wild and stormy as the sea itself, fixed upon her. "Blasphemy," he hissed, water dripping from his long, seaweed-tangled beard. "The drowned god has ruled these isles since time immemorial. To question his divinity is to invite his wrath." But Yara would not be silenced. She spoke of her visions of the creeping dread that had taken hold of her heart. As she did, a change came over Erin's face. The fanatical gleam in his eyes dimmed, replaced by a look of ancient sorrow. "There are secrets," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the lapping waves, "that were never meant to be uncovered. But if you must seek the truth, you must journey to Ashe by the Shadow. There, in the city of sorcerers and shadowbinders, you may find the answers you seek." And so, with a heavy heart and a determined spirit, Yara set sail for the Far East. Her ship, the Black Wind, cut through the treacherous waters of the Sunset Sea, braving storms and sea monsters that would have sent lesser vessels to the depths. As they sailed further from the familiar shores of Westeros, the very stars above seemed to change, forming unfamiliar constellations that spoke of distant lands and forgotten magics. After months at sea, the Black Wind finally dropped anchor in the eerie harbor of Ashe. The city loomed before them, a mass of black stone buildings that seemed to absorb the very light around them. In the perpetual twilight of the Shadowlands, Yara felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. It was in the labyrinthine streets of Ashe that Yara encountered Quaithe, a shadowbinder whose mask of red lacquer concealed all but her eyes. Those eyes, dark and knowing, seemed to pierce through Yara's very soul. "I have foreseen your coming, Yara of House Greyjoy," Quaithe intoned, her voice carrying an otherworldly resonance. "You seek truths that have lain hidden for millennia, but be warned, knowledge comes at a price, and some truths are better left buried in the depths of time." Despite the warning, Yara's resolve remained unshaken. Together, she and Quaithe delved into ancient tomes and performed arcane rituals, seeking to unravel the mystery of the drowned god. As the pieces began to fall into place, a horrifying picture emerged. The being worshipped as the drowned god was no deity at all, but an eldritch abomination that had slumbered beneath the waves since before the Dawn Age. This creature, a vestige of the chaotic forces that once ruled the world, had been imprisoned by the magic of the first men. But over the centuries, it had slowly corrupted the minds of the Ironborn, twisting their faith to serve its own dark purposes. Armed with this terrible knowledge, Yara knew she had to return to the Iron Islands. But the journey back was fraught with peril. Storms of unnatural fury beset the black wind, and monstrous creatures rose from the depths to attack the ship. It was as if the false god itself was trying to prevent Yara from revealing the truth. As they approached the shores of Pike, a massive kraken, larger than any seen in living memory, erupted from the waves. Its tentacles, thick as castle walls, threatened to crush the black wind and drag it into the abyss. In that moment of desperation, Yara called upon a power she didn't know she possessed, a magic born of her Ironborn blood and the forbidden knowledge she had gained in Ashe. With words of power that scorched her throat and made the very air crackle with energy, Yara commanded the seas themselves. The waves rose at her bidding, forming a massive waterspout that engulfed the kraken and cast it back into the depths from whence it came. Exhausted but triumphant, Yara finally set foot on the iron-rich soil of her homeland, but her trials were far from over. As she climbed the winding stairs to the Seastone Chair, where her father Balon ruled as king of the Iron Islands, she could feel the weight of centuries of deception pressing down upon her. In the great hall of Pike, before the assembled lords and captains of the Iron Fleet, Yara revealed the terrible truth. Her words fell like thunderbolts, shaking the very foundations of Ironborn society. Some reacted with disbelief, others with anger. But as Yara spoke of her journey and the horrors she had uncovered, a sense of awful recognition spread through the crowd. Balon Greyjoy, his face a mask of fury and fear, rose from the Seastone Chair. "Silence!" he roared, his voice cutting through the growing tumult. "This is treason and blasphemy. Guards, seize her." But as the guards moved to obey, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. The ancient stones of Pike groaned and shifted, and from the depths of the castle came a sound like the wailing of 1,000 tormented souls. "It comes," Yara said, her voice filled with grim determination. "The true face of your god is revealed at last." From the churning seas around Pike rose a monstrosity beyond imagining. Tentacles as thick as ancient oaks and covered in eyes that gleamed with malevolent intelligence lashed out, smashing through walls and towers. A body of impossible proportions breached the surface, its flesh a writhing mass of mouths and feelers. As panic engulfed the great hall, Yara stood firm. She knew that this moment had been prophesied, that she alone held the power to end the reign of the false god. From within her robes, she produced an artifact she had obtained in Ashe, the Horn of Winter, said to have the power to break any enchantment. With trembling hands, Yara raised the horn to her lips. The sound that emerged was not of this world. It was the song of creation and destruction, of order triumphing over chaos. As the note reverberated through the air, the massive creature in the bay began to writhe in agony. The assembled Ironborn watched in awe as their false god, the being they had worshipped for countless generations, began to dissolve before their eyes. Its flesh melted away like mist in the morning sun, revealing the truth of its existence, not a god, but a prison of ancient magic designed to contain the chaos of the primordial world. As the last echoes of the horn faded away, silence fell over Pike. The storm that had raged around the island calmed, and for the first time in living memory, the sun broke through the clouds, bathing the Iron Islands in golden light. Yara Greyjoy stood before her people, no longer just a priestess, but a hero who had freed them from millennia of deception. The path ahead would not be easy. Centuries of tradition and belief could not be undone in a day. But as she looked out over the faces of the Ironborn, Yara saw something she had never seen before. Hope. "We are free," she declared, her voice carrying across the hall and beyond to every corner of the Iron Islands. "Free to choose our own destiny, to forge a new path. The old way is dead. Let us build a future worthy of the iron in our bones and the salt in our blood." And so began a new era for the Iron Islands, one built not on the lies of a false god, but on the strength and resilience of its people. The legend of Yara Greyjoy, the priestess who defied a god and saved her people, would be told for generations to come, a tale of courage, sacrifice, and the unbreakable spirit of the Ironborn. Story 8. In the opulent halls of the Red Keep, where whispers could topple kingdoms and shadows held deadly secrets, Esser Lora's Tyrell stood vigil. The young knight, resplendent in his gleaming armor, adorned with intricate gold and roses, gazed out over the sprawling expanse of King's Landing. The city below teemed with life, unaware of the intricate web of deceit being woven in the very heart of the realm. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, Loras felt a chill that had nothing to do with the evening air. Something was amiss in the Red Keep, a darkness lurking beneath the veneer of courtly splendor. His keen senses, honed by years of training and an innate intuition, told him that danger was afoot. It was during one of his nightly patrols that Loras first stumbled upon the whispered plot. Hidden behind a tapestry depicting the field of fire, he overheard a conversation that made his blood run cold. Voices, low and urgent, spoke of poison, of a crown toppling, and of a young king's impending doom. But it was the last voice, so familiar and yet so chilling in its calm determination, that struck Loras to his core. The boy king has served his purpose, came the unmistakable tone of Lady Olenna Tyrell, his own grandmother. It's time for a new player to take the throne. Loras felt his world tilt on its axis. The Queen of Thorns, the very woman who had guided House Tyrell to its current position of power, was plotting regicide. And not just any murder, but the assassination of King Tommen Baratheon, the young monarch whom Loras had sworn to protect. Torn between his duty as a knight of the King's Guard and his loyalty to his family, Loras retreated to the Godswood. Among the ancient trees, their leaves whispering secrets as old as time, he sought clarity. The weight of his discovery pressed down upon him like a physical force, threatening to crush his very spirit. As dawn broke over the city, painting the sky in shades of hope, Loras made his decision. He would not stand idly by while an innocent boy was murdered, even if it meant betraying his own blood. With a heavy heart but unwavering resolve, he set out to unravel the conspiracy and save the young king. His investigation led him through a labyrinth of courtly intrigue. Every corner of the Red Keep held potential allies and enemies, and Loras found himself questioning loyalties he had once thought unshakable. He discovered a network of spies and informants that stretched from the highest towers to the deepest dungeons, all working towards some grand, insidious design. But as Loras delved deeper into the plot, he found himself drawn into a game far more dangerous than he had ever imagined. The tendrils of conspiracy reached far beyond the walls of King's Landing, implicating powerful houses and foreign interests. And at the center of it all stood his grandmother, the Queen of Thorns, her gentle smile masking a ruthless ambition that knew no bounds. It was during this tumultuous time that Loras first encountered the enigmatic Red Priestess, Kinvara. Her arrival in King's Landing had caused quite a stir, her beauty and otherworldly presence drawing both admirers and skeptics in equal measure. Loras had initially dismissed her as another charlatan seeking to capitalize on the realm's instability, but fate had other plans. One night, as Loras patrolled the dimly lit corridors of Maegor's Holfast, he came across Kinvara standing before the great hearth in the map room. The flames cast dancing shadows across her face, and for a moment, Loras could have sworn he saw visions in the fire armies clashing, dragons soaring, and a throne of swords melting like ice in the summer sun. The Lord of Light has shown me your struggle. Esser Loras, Kinvara spoke, her voice as smooth as silk yet carrying an undercurrent of power that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. You stand at a crossroads, torn between duty and blood. But know this, the path you choose will shape not only your destiny, but that of the entire realm. Loras, initially skeptical of her words, found himself drawn into conversation with the Red Priestess. As they spoke, he felt the weight of his burden lighten, if only for a moment. Kinvara spoke of a greater purpose, of a coming darkness that threatened to engulf the world, and of the role Loras had to play in the wars to come. The night is dark and full of terrors. she intoned, her eyes reflecting the dancing flames. But even in the darkest night, a single spark can ignite a blaze that will light the way. As the days wore on, Loras found himself increasingly torn. On one side stood his grandmother and the ambitions of House Tyrell. On the other, his sworn duty as a knight and the innocence of a young king. And now, a third path presented itself, the fiery faith of Rihlor and the promise of a greater destiny. The breaking point came on a stormy night, as thunder rolled across the sky and lightning illuminated the twisted spires of the Red Keep. Loras, acting on information gleaned from his clandestine investigation, raced to the king's chambers. He arrived just in time to see a hooded figure slipping a vial of some dark liquid into Tommen's wine cup. Without hesitation, Loras drew his sword, the blade singing as it cut through the air. The assassin, caught off guard, fumbled for a weapon, but Loras was faster. With a flurry of strikes that would have made his former mentor, Esserbarist Anselmi, proud, Loras disarmed the would-be killer and pinned them against the wall. As he reached up to pull back the hood, Loras steeled himself for what he might find, but nothing could have prepared him for the face that was revealed. Margie, his own sister, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance. "Why?" Loras breathed, his voice barely above a whisper. "For our family," Margie replied, her chin lifted in stubborn pride. "For the future of House Tyrell. You know as well as I do that Tommen is weak. The realm needs strong leadership, and grandmother is a plan to enough." Loras cut her off, his voice sharp with pain and anger. "This ends now. I won't let you or grandmother or anyone else murder an innocent boy for the sake of ambition." As if summoned by his words, the door burst open, revealing Lady Olenna, flanked by several guards bearing the sigil of House Tyrell. The Queen of Thorns surveyed the scene before her, her eyes narrowing as she took in Loras with his sword drawn and Margie pinned against the wall. "Oh, my foolish grandson," Olenna sighed, her voice dripping with disappointment. "I had so hoped you would see reason. The Game of Thrones is not for the faint of heart, and sacrifices must be made for the greater good. There is no greater good in murder and treachery." Loras shot back, his grip tightening on his sword. For a long moment, silence reigned in the chamber. The air crackled with tension as grandmother and grandson locked eyes, each unwilling to back down. It was Margie who finally broke the impasse, her voice soft but filled with resolve. "He's right, grandmother," she said, stepping away from the wall. "We've gone too far. This isn't who we are, who we should be." Olenna's face hardened, her eyes glittering dangerously. "You would throw away everything we've worked for? Everything I've sacrificed to see our house rise to greatness? There are other paths to greatness," Loras replied, lowering his sword, but not sheathing it. "Paths that don't require us to sacrifice our honor or our souls." As if in answer to his words, a commotion arose from the courtyard below. The assembled Tyrells rushed to the window, and what they saw made their jaws drop in collective awe. There, in the center of the yard, stood Kinvara, her red robes billowing in a wind that seemed to touch no one else. Before her burned a great pyre, and in the heart of the flames danced visions of things to come, a great battle against the dead, a dragon queen rising from the ashes, and a knight wreathed in flames, leading an army against the darkness. "The Lord of Light has shown us the way," Kinvara's voice rang out, carrying to every corner of the keep. "The true war is not for any earthly throne, but for the very soul of this world. Who among you will stand against the coming night?" In that moment, as the visions swirled in the supernatural fire, Loras felt a great clarity descend upon him. The petty squabbles for the Iron Throne paled in comparison to the greater threat that loomed on the horizon. He turned to his grandmother and sister, seeing the same realization dawning in their eyes. "We have a choice," Loras said, his voice steady and filled with newfound purpose. "We can continue down this path of betrayal and deceit, or we can unite to face the true enemy. What say you, House Tyrell? Will you stand with me against the coming darkness?" For a long moment, Olenna regarded her grandson, her expression unreadable. Then slowly, a smile spread across her face, not the cunning smirk of the Queen of Thorns, but a genuine expression of pride. "Well played, my boy," she said softly. It seems there's more of me in you than I realized. Very well, let us see what this Lord of Light has to offer. But make no mistake, House Tyrell bows to no one, be they king, queen, or god, as the Tyrell family made their way down to the courtyard, united for the first time in what felt like ages. Loras felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with dangers both seen and unseen. But as he gazed into the mystical flames, watching the visions of battles yet to come, Loras Tyrell knew that he had found his true calling. No longer just a knight of summer, he would become a warrior of flame, standing against the darkness that threatened to engulf the world. And so began a new chapter in the Song of Ice and Fire, with House Tyrell poised to play a pivotal role in the wars to come. The Game of Thrones had evolved into something far greater, and Loras Tyrell, once torn between duty and family, now stood ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, his heart ablaze with the fire of purpose and the unshakable bonds of loyalty reforged in the crucible of destiny.